11 बजे तक।
झूठ है।
हाँ, मैं जल्दी बैठ-
हाय, हाँ। इन्होंने हाँ।
मैं दो झाड़े मार के रोई थी ना, मुझे डांटा क्यों है। मतलब ऐसा होता था ना कि मैं
छोटे
शुरू से
होते
मैंने
कितनी
कभी
क्यूट
किसी
होती।
को मैंने शुरू से कभी किसी को जवाब नहीं दिया।
काश तुम अभी छोटे हो गए, काश मैं तुम्हें लेकर के आती है तो।
मैं आई हूँ, मैं बहुत बार स्कूल आई हूँ, बचपन से आ रही हूँ।
कब? कब आई
आप
थी?
उस टाइम नहीं पढ़ते होंगे।
पढ़ता हूँ।
मैं
कब?
लास्ट टाइम आई थी जब मैं 6 क्लास में, हाँ 5th या 6th में थी, और मेरा उर्दू का पेपर था, मैं तब आखिरी दफा अपनी थी स्कूल आई।
6 क्लास में थी?
हम्म।
तो मैं कितनी क्लास में हूँ, कौन सी क्लास में हूँ?
और मैंने ड्रेसिंग भी पता है कैसी की हुई थी।
कैसी?
हाई पोनी टेल,
हाँ।
ठीक है, साथ मैंने पहनी हुई थी ब्लैक जीन्स, और
हाँ।
ऊपर मैंने इतना लॉन्ग स्वेटर पहना हुआ था उसके। उस टाइम बच्ची थी, मैं तो दुपट्टा भी नहीं लेती थी।
उस टाइम की पिक्चर्स है मेरे पास?
नहीं, उस टाइम की नहीं है। और 8th क्लास
नहीं,
में
जरा
मैं
से
गई
भी
थी,
मतलब।
लड़कों की बॉयज की वो क्लास में, मेरी मम्मा ने मेरे सामने उनको पीटा था।
नहीं, ऐसे तुम्हारे पास वो पिक्चर्स नहीं है तब की?
नहीं, एक है जब आप लोगों का स्कूल ट्रिप गया था फैसल मॉस्क इस्लामाबाद,
हम्म, किधर है?
वो तो उसमें थी। वो जो पिक्चर्स नहीं हमने बाहर लगाई,
हम्म।
उसमें है ना मेरी और वानिया के साथ फैसल मॉस्क।
तुम मुझे बताओ ना, तुम मुझे दिखाना।
दिखाऊंगी, आप आएंगे तो दिखाऊंगी।
नहीं, मुझे पिक्चर लेके सेंड करो।
अच्छा, ठीक
और और जितनी पिक्चर्स तुम्हारे छोटे होते हैं, 5th 6th की जो भी है, 7th 8th की भी दिखाओ।
Hello guys, good morning.
गुड
Can you
मॉर्निंग।
chat in your personal, please?
आई विल नॉट।
Sorry, Danish and Talaucha, please. This is a group chat only for the learning purpose.
Hello everyone, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you all? Good?
All good, sir. All fine. Thank you.
Good, good.
Okay. Okay. So yesterday we were targeting to complete the element number 3, but hopefully today we'll complete both elements 3 and 4. We'll try to complete. Okay. Because as I told, element number 3 is a quite big topic. Okay. So today we'll complete this topic. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So by the way, how is your fasting going on? All good?
Yes, sir.
Good, good.
Thank God, sir.
Okay. What is the date of Eid? When is Eid coming?
It's around 9 or 10 in UAE. I don't know exact date.
But approximately?
It says 10 to 12.
Okay. Who is that singer? Okay, so yesterday we have left on the topic of safe systems of work for general work activities, right? So basically, safe system of work in the sense like the starting, the initiation point of the safe system of work is the permit to work system. So those who are already working, they know very well about how the permit to work system goes on, right? So, but even though I'll explain how does the PTW, permit to work system, works. Okay. So here, safe system of work. So safe system of work is basically procedure. Okay. For example, what to say? Okay. So for example, I have a work. Okay. The work may be like height work, like work at height, or else any equipment handling, or else any manual handling work. Okay. So whatever the work is, there will be a written procedure, not a written actually, like a typed one only. But the procedure will be very well explained starting from the beginning. Okay. Starting from the like isolation of the equipment till the operation of the equipment, and again if it's shut down, what to do, everything, literally all of the activities that would be carried out by the uh, source, okay, by the equipment is will be all explained, and that's called as the safe system of work. Okay. So safe system of work, responsibilities of the employer. So now, first of all, how do we get the safe system of work? Only if the employer is providing it to me, right? So it's an employer's duty to make available for all work related safe system. Okay. So it must be holding the risk that is associated with it. Plus, the person who is going to create this safe system of work must be very much acknowledged, and it's employer's duty to find out the person. Role of a competent person in the sense, safe system of work should be developed by people with the relevant knowledge. As I said, a person who has the relevant knowledge, experience, training, and skills, only that person has to create the safe system of work. Or else, if I'm giving it to a fresher in the sense, it will be really hard. Maybe, maybe if we follow that procedure, chances are there that it could even result in a accident. Okay. Importance of worker equipment. So, importance of worker involvement in the sense, for example, I have created a safe system of work. Okay. So the employer has appointed a person. The appointed person is very much competent, and he has created a safe system of work. Now it's been given to the workers. Now it's a worker's job to follow the safe system of work created. Okay. Why? If I do not follow, what could possibly happen? What would happen is the final, like what should not have, like the employer will think that this should not happen. So he has initiated to create the safe system of work. If the person is not following the SSW in the sense, chances are that it may lead to a tragic accident. So the importance to worker environment, essential to ensure safe behavior when working in the system, and then the practical difficulties. For example, as we all know, it's a theoretical statement, right? So if it is a theoretical, I need to implement that in a practical life. So while I am implementing in the practical life, it's very hard for me. So that's how. So knowing the issues and how to get around, plus involvement in this way often ensures a deeper understanding and helps with ownership of the safe system of work. So now, importance and relevance of the written procedures. Documenting SSWs provides a precise reference for all workers. Basically, it gives you like a guide, like a tour, right? Even if I don't know anything, okay, but if I read to the safe system of work, at least I would try to like at least there would be a generic idea of what the thing is. So that's what it is. It also provides a reference for use in training and instruction in safe procedure. And as most procedures will need to be consulted on more than one occasion, the creation of a definitive document is a way of ensuring consistency whenever the process is carried out. So basically, these written SSWs will be given as a like a written standard, like a written procedure, right? So even we could conduct the audits based upon these written procedures. Okay. So this may be required for legal sessions such as an incident investigation or during enforcement action. So that's how the safe system of work works. So next is safe system of work, technical, procedural, and behavioral controls. So technical, apply directly to the hazard in order to minimize the risk. And then procedural in the sense the way in which the work should be carried out in relation to the hazard. So procedural in the sense the SSW that has been given as a written check. Okay. And then the behavioral in the sense how the individual worker acts in relation to the hazard. So these three things will be basically included with the technical, procedural, and the behavior. Now talking about one by one. So technical in the sense, basically in the word technical itself, it derives with the equipment, the access of the materials, and its egress plus environment and the personal protective equipment. So basically, all of these things includes with the technical controls. So environment, temperature, light, dust, noise. Means that Jabir Ali, can you mute your mics? Okay, so technical controls comes with equipment. Equipment in the sense design, for example, guarding and maintenance, access or egress provision of wide aisles, and then access kept clear to the storage items, materials, choice of packaging to make handling easier, and then the environment, local exhaust ventilation, issue of the correct personal protective equipment for the task. So basically, all of these things comes under the technical controls. Like from the word itself, it's showing you. Okay. Procedural, just now we have seen the safe system of work itself is a procedure. So how does this SSW works? First of all, the policy and the standards. So first thing that they will include is the policy plus with reference to the standards, the procedures would be created, rules, and then the procedures will be issued. Then the permit to work, as I told at the earlier stage, and then the authorization and coordination of actions, purchasing controls, and then accident investigation and analysis, the emergency preparedness, and finally procedures in the issue, use and maintenance of the PPE. So all these things forms as the basic safe system of work. Okay, so procedural control. And then the behavioral control in the sense, once if it is issued, it has to be given to the. Hello, who's that? Farouk Kasim, close your mics. Okay. So behavioral control includes awareness, knowledge, skill, competence, attitude, perception, motivation, communication, supervision, health surveillance, training in the issue, and use of the PPE. So basically, the technical plus the procedural. Now I'm going to execute it. So while executing, I'm using the behavioral controls. So behavioral controls in the sense, it's exactly while you are doing it in a practical stage. So you need to optimize these behavioral controls when it comes to the execution. So developing a safe system of work. So developing a safe system of work requires a systematic approach and generally requires the involvement of the number of people. Analyzing the task, identification of hazard and the risk assessment, and then like you are going to introduce the controls that this is what you need to follow, and then once if it is introduced, it has to be given to all of the workers. So while giving them, we are requested to basically, what is it? Like once if it is given, in the sense, we are just required to give appropriate trainings and instructions and then monitoring the system. Okay, so this is how the developing and execution of the safe system of work executes. Next is permit to work systems. So PTWs. So basically PTWs, it's not a big task. It's a very easy thing. So permit to work, what is a permit to work? Permit to work system is a formal documented safety procedures forming part of a safe system of work, which ensures that all necessary actions are taken before, during, and after particularly high risk flood. Okay, so that's how the permit to work system works. So permit to work system circumstances in which they may be appropriate. So what are all the types of like what are all the places that we will be using the permit to work system? Basically, hot work, work on high voltage electric systems, confined space, work on operational pipeline, and then excavation near buried services, and then maintenance work on large complex machinery, and then work at height. So these are all the circumstances where I will be using the permit to work system. The permit to work, there are four main sections to a permit to work: issue, receipt, clearance, return to service, and then the cancellation. Okay, so I'll explain how does this permit to work system works. Okay, so just a second, I'll be right back. 1 second, give me 1 second. Okay, so let's look to the permit to work system in a detailed manner. Okay, so first of all, for the permit to work system, what I need to do is the issue. So basically, let's just forget about this written practices and all. So what I'm saying is, first of all, I need to, for example, okay, so here is the scenario. Okay, so there is a work for me. So for that work, basically, like it requires a permit. Okay, for example, there is an area operator. Okay, area operator has identified that. Sorry, okay, so area engineer or else an area operator has identified that a pump is not working well. Okay, so there is a mechanical permit. Okay, like hot work permit maybe. Okay, so he has seen that the like the pistons are all like there is a smoke coming out of the piston, and he has called the mechanical team for it. So maybe there will be a hot work permit. Okay, like however there is a mechanical permit there. Okay, so first of all, the area engineer is communicating it to the mechanical department. Now, the permit holder of the mechanical department clearly receives the message of what type of work it is, and he is creating a permit. Okay, so he will fill all of the details in it, and then he will be going to the production, like it's a production plant. Okay, so he is going to the production superintendent. Okay, and then after going to the production superintendent, now the production superintendent is getting the knowledge of what's the problem and what is the location. Now, after his acknowledgement, he is making a sign. Okay, he is releasing the permit. Okay, so as soon as he is releasing the permit, in the sense the permit has got the signature. Okay, signature of the production in charge. Now, the mechanical team, the permit holder, here like the permit has been issued. Okay. So as soon as the permit has been issued, that particular person comes to me. Okay. He has got the receipt. Okay. So now he has got the receipt of the work can be conducted. Okay, so there will be the duration time, like maybe 6 hours or else 12 hours. It's based upon the task. Okay, so based upon the organization also. Some organization gives hot work permit for only 6 hours. Some organization gives it for 12 hours. It's entirely up to the organization's work culture. Okay. So now the permit has been issued. The receipt, in the receipt, it's shown as like 6 hours. Okay. Now that person is the permit holder along with the team, the mechanical team. They're all coming to the area where the engineer has observed that the pump is not working well. Okay. So now they are bringing the permit, and within that, the engineer who is on the site, they need to isolate the whole equipment because it is one of the part of safe system of work. Okay, so now the engineer is isolating the whole equipment. Okay, sorry, the whole pump. Okay, so isolating in the sense isolating the energy, like depressurizing and de-energizing. Okay, so both like literally there will be no electrical supply, plus there will be no pressure also inside the pump. Okay, so he is just depressurizing all of it, and then he has applied Lotto and all the other formats. Okay, so Lotto, actually Lotto also comes in your portion, but not now. I'll tell you Lotto about Lotto. Okay, so yeah, so now that person who is holding the permit, he is going on to the spot. Now within that, the area engineer is making clear for the for the mechanical team. Okay, so they, because they need to work there safely. Yeah, so it's an area engineer's responsibility to take care of it. So he has de-isolated everything, like isolated everything, and then he is handing it over to the team. So while handing it over, the team will be basically just giving the issue, like giving the issued permit receipt to the area engineer. Now the area engineer is looking onto the permit, and then he is approving. Like again, he is communicating because it is a hot work permit, as I mentioned. Okay, maybe chances are that there would be certain like flame detectors, or another like heat detector, smoke detector. There are, and also the gas detector, because the smoke, like it releases the gas, right? So all these detectors will be in presence. Okay, so now again, he is communicating, the area engineering is communicating that the permit has been received. Well, now the work is going to start. Okay, so from the control room department, they will immediately switch off all of the detectors temporarily, not permanently. Okay. So after all of this, like all of these detectors is been turned off in the sense, immediately they will notify it to the area in charge that you can allow the workers to start their work now. So after getting the clearance, the mechanical team will be starting their hot work to do. Okay. So once if the hot work is been completed, okay, maybe the it was a permit for 6 hours. Now they have completed the work within 4 hours itself. Okay. So after their completion at 4 hours, so now they are going to cancel the permit. Okay. So the work has been finished. Now the area engineer will sign it off, and then the permit would be cancelled. Okay. And then again the permit holder will be holding that permit and adding it with their records. Okay. Like in order to keep the records. So this is how the permit to work system works. Okay. Issue, receipt, clearance, and cancellation. Now, there is an extension also. What if, for example, 5 hours, like it was a 6 hours permit, right? But the work was unable to complete within 6 hours. Now, the permit holder will again go to the PS, production superintendent, okay, and then extend the permit. But it will be like the other formalities, like switching off the things will all be the same. Okay. So it would be extended for the another 6 hours time. So this is how the PTW works. Okay. It's not only for hot work, it is used for cold work, hot work, confined space, work at height, everywhere. Okay. So this is how the permit to work system works. Okay. So here you can see the example of the hot works permit. So you can see what is the site, uh, nature of the job, and then the above location has been examined and the precautions are all taken. Likewise, it will be a written sort. Okay. So see here, the above location has been examined and the precautions stood on the revision side has been taken, date of issue, and then signature of the person issuing the permit, and then signature of the person receiving the permit, time work started, time work finished, final checkup, everything will be mentioned here. See? So, and also based upon the risk assessment, here you can see there is a like they have included the risk assessment and also given the precautions with it. So here you can see loose combustible materials cleared, non-movable combustible materials are covered, suitable extinguishers to hand, gas cylinders fitted with the regular and flashback arrestor, and also like other personnel who may be affected by the work removed from the area. Likewise, the hot work permit, like everything, all of this has been issued. Okay. So once if it is issued, in the sense, now the workers, those who are going to work on this permit, they'll be very well notified that these are all the these are all the access risk for the task. So I should not undergo through this risky situation. And that's how it works.
ऐसा है, ठीक है, चलिए इधर काम कर। उधर ये जब करोगे ना अपना वो सामान पूरा उठाओ, सही है ना? मैं उसको बोलता हूँ फिर वो ना वालों को भी साफ करे। अंदर वो सिलेंडर पड़ा है, क्योंकि इसको इधर नहीं होना चाहिए, उधर सारे वो
Asif Khan. Okay. So now there is the emergency procedures. Okay. So emergency procedures in the sense, same as safe system of work, there will be the emergency procedures also. So emergency procedures, how does it basically works? Based upon the like the situations that they will be facing. So especially while creating the risk assessment, there are certain like while assessing the risk, there will be certain emergency scenarios or conditions as well, right? So it is important to develop and implement emergency procedures for potential major loss causing events in order to bring the event under control promptly and then reduce the effects of the event, enable a fast return to normal operations. So this is what will be included with the emergency procedures. So an organization has to develop procedures to deal with foreseeable incidents, especially same like fire, bomb threat, spillage or release of hazardous materials, outbreak of disease, severe weather, multiple casualty accident, terrorist or security accident incident. So these are all the situations where the emergency procedures would work. So foreseeable emergencies in the sense, what is a foreseeable emergency? Anything like earthquake, okay? And then what else like uh, earthquake or else anything, yeah, flood, okay? So all those emergency situations are certain circumstances that could happen, okay? Okay. So procedures for raising the alarm. So procedures for raising the alarm in the sense, how do I increase the alarm size? So basically, like there are different types of alarms as we have seen, smoke alarm, and then there will be manual alarm, and then there will be uh, like other types as well, like smoke, flame, fire, and then manual, and then honking alarm. So all these types of alarms are to be well known, trained how to use those alarms as well. Okay. Okay, so procedures to be followed in the event of a fire, for example, normal practice is for workers to exit the building using the slide escape routes and accessible to a designated place. Okay, so during any emergency situation, that's why it's been written as the assembly point. So any kind of the emergency situation, if it's approached in the sense, finally we need to. So finally we need to. Tahir, Bilal Ahmed, why are you opening your mics? Usama Akbar. If you want to talk anything in your personal, no need to open your mics now. We are not here to listen what you are talking.
Yes, sir, you're right.
Foreseeable emergencies in this, yeah. So procedures by raising the alarm. So for like different type of emergency alarm should be there. So the appropriate trainings, the drills has to be conducted in order to get a deeper knowledge about this alarm raising procedures, as well as procedures to be followed in the event of a fire. For example, normal practice, the workers will be directly getting off the buildings and then assembling at the assembly point. And those who are very well trained with the firefighting in the sense, they will be doing the firefighting as well. So that's the procedure to be followed. So provisions to suitable equipment, nomination of a responsible staff. Basically, for an organization, there will be first aiders, as I have told, based upon the ratio, like 25:1. For 25 workers, one first aider is to be present. Okay. So, yeah. So nomination of a responsible staff in the sense, the first aider and the fire warden also. So these are all the main people, those who are responsible, plus the top management people as well. So these are all the responsible people. Yeah. So arrangements for contacting emergency services, while internal emergency arrangements must be made by the organization to deal with foreseeable events. And then the arrangements for contacting the emergency services, like emergency services in the sense internal, first of all, internally, I need to contact it to the people, in the sense, internally, I will be contacting it with the higher management, the emergency response people, and then externally, there will be the people such as the 999, okay, like government agencies, civil defense people, okay. So communication equipment will be through landline, mobile phone, and then the radio. Contact details will be all sticked in the notice boards. Plus, if the workers are getting the pictures of those contact numbers, will be much effective. And then the responsible individuals with the necessary information and knowledge nominated to make the call. So these things will be included and it will be communicated to all of the people in order to make them aware of the emergency procedures, like emergency preparedness. Sama Akbar, right? You want to draw something about? So training and testing. Emergency procedures should be in written and regularly tested through drills and exercise. Results of drills and exercise should be recorded and procedures amended as necessary. Procedures are subject to regular review to determine any new factors affecting them. Any new factors in the sense, for example, now you have written a emergency procedure. but chances are there after some time. So after some times, maybe you will be facing certain emergency condition. At that time also the same thing, like you will be adding certain lessons, like lesson learned history. So you will be adding it with your lessons, okay? So lessons in the sense like what have you learned? So after that, however, you will be adding it something with your procedures. So first aid requirements, an employer. So as I told, there will be a ratio. So as per the legal compliance, I need to identify who is the first aid, like how many first aiders I need to handle, plus who are all the like how many first aid boxes has to be placed inside a working organization. Okay, so that this is to allow an immediate emergency medical response to foreseeable injuries. And then the three elements must be provided: facilities, equipment, and the personnel. So facilities in the sense an appropriate location where first aid treatment can be given. Equipment in the sense suitably stocked first aid kits and other equipments as necessary. Personnel, staff with appropriate training to deliver first aid treatment. So first aid personnel. Roles of first aiders are three P's. Based upon these three P's, the roles will be designated. Preserve, prevent, and promote. So administer immediately effective first aid to a casualty in order to save life. That is how I am preserving the life. And then prevent the condition from worsening in the sense recognizing and treating the cause will assist with preventing the condition from worsening. And then the promoting recovery in the sense offer constant support until the arrival of qualified medical assistance comes through. So first aid requirements, training of first aiders. People appointed as first aiders should be trained and competent in providing first aid. In the UK, training of first aiders focuses on emergency first aid at work, EFAW, first aid at work, FAW. On completion of training, first aiders should be able to understand the role of first aider, provide emergency first aid at work, administer first aid to a casualty, recognize the presence of major illness, and then the certificates of qualifications are valid for 3 years. So it's the qualification certification will be of HAVC. So HAVC qualification basically gives you a validation period of 3 years. Selecting staff to the first aiders. Selection of the staff, first of all, based upon, as I told, like the person who is very much willing with the safety protocols. Plus he is very much aware of what he is doing. Okay. Plus he loves to do that job. So all those things. So the first aid requirements comes with, like, a first aider has to be present. Okay. And then the awareness of their own limitations and limitations of the training has to be provided. And then having the ability to cope with stressful situations and accept the responsibility. And then consideration of the need for first aiders considering gender, ethnicity, and religious convictions. And then the person's normal duties should be such that they can leave their work immediately at any time to attend an emergency. So this is how I need to select the staffs for the first aiders. Okay. So first aid requirement should be general risk level of the workplace. It must be based on that. And then the general risk level of the workplace, hazards present in the workplace, accident history, specific procedures required, presence of vulnerable persons, number of workers in the workplace, work patterns and shift systems of workers, and then geographic location in the workplace, spread of the workplace. So next is first aid facilities. Suitable facilities should be provided where So first aid facilities, a room should be centrally located in an area that can be accessed to the emergency services. Oh, start. So clean and adequately heated, ventilated and lit, plus provided with hand wash facilities, a chair and a clinical waste bin, etc. So this is how the first aid facilities are to be provided. So I think we have completed. Yes, we have completed this element. Okay. So element number 3 is also completed. Now let's focus on to the element number 4. And by that we can complete the IG1. So element number 4 is about the health and safety monitoring and measuring.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Can you please send this element 1 and 2? Because I didn't get the class regarding that one. Or like you can just
Element
you
1
can
and 2, basically you will be like you
Aziz
will
Munga
be,
Wazauri.
you will
Question بيحكوما تغلش نجي خلاك
hello.
ما
that. Oh my God.
زبي question كوما
Mohammad Rauf.
تلقى زي يا خدي باك جسيت
Yeah.
لا خدا شيزو ورا ما
Mohammad Rauf. Mohammad Rauf.
Yes, Muhammad Rauf.
Mohammad Rauf, switch off your mic.
Yes.
Ah. Yeah.
Sir, regarding this element 1 and 2.
Yeah. Recordings will be at the end of the session, as I told, and the last, because it's not like 1 minute or 2 minute of recordings. It's 6 hours plus recording class. So it will be like in GBs, not in MBs. So we need to download it, convert it, send it to your coordinators. From them, they will be sharing it to you. So it will take time.
All the previous classes and the
Yes, all the classes. So talking about this 1 and 2, you were asking, right? So element number 1 and 2, it will be, the notes are already available, but you are not given with the user IDs and passwords. So once if you are being given with the user IDs and passwords, then you will be starting all of this, like you will be able to access all of these elements. It's very easy to read itself. Plus, if you want to look onto the reference class, in the sense, as I told, the recordings will be shared at the end to your coordinators, and from them you can get it. Or else, we'll be also, hopefully, we are looking for uploading it to the YouTube channel as well. So if there is anything uploaded, then we'll inform you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we going to attempt this paper on word file or content and then upload it on board?
What is it?
Are we going to attempt exam on Microsoft Word or Notepad?
Yeah, Microsoft Word, you will be like, see, basically for the IG1, you will be given with the Word template. Okay. So the template will be from the Nebosh portal. You need to download the template plus the question paper. So you need to work on the template. Okay. One second. And then like, yes, so it will be uploaded in the Word template. Okay. So you need to access that template, and then you need to enable editing. So only the answer section will be able to edit it from your side. Okay. Edit in the sense, just you can type all of your answers. Okay. So you need to type all of your answers, and the answer should come by 3000 word count. Okay. So you need to upload it. Wait, because after completion of this element number 4, I will be instructing you all about the IG1 exam, mock exam, all of these things. Okay. So finally, you need to, once if your work is complete, you need to convert it to the PDF format and then you need to upload. Okay.
Noted.
Excuse me, sir, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, tell me.
Something.
Yes. Yeah, please.
Sir, we attempt in a Word format, right? Then we upload in a PDF file.
Yes, yes, definitely you have to upload. See, all the official documents, whatever, even not only for the IG1 exam, okay? Even if you're submitting your CVs to a company, will you upload it in the Word format or else in the PDF format?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Until we have to join these classes.
Until it's completed. So as I told at the beginning itself, it will be around 10 working days.
Element 4 is completed. So now you should finish this. You could finish.
Which one? What I need to finish?
No, I'm saying. No, I'm saying just online. This if we finish the element 4, then our class will be finished.
No. What about element 5? Until the element 11 is finished, the classes will not finish.
Okay.
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 Yeah. Wait for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Just wait for a second. Yeah.
No.
Yes. Yes.
If we can wrote more than 1,000 words, so any problem can be shared from us.
More than 3,000 in the sense which should cover within 3,100 at least. It should not go more than that. Or else it will create a bad image for your paper because they'll think that you are becoming over smart. So chances are there. Okay. Yeah.
So if they can be less than 3,000.
Yeah. Less than 3,000 means from 2,800 to 3,000 you need to try to cover. Not less than that, not more than that.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sir, if the IG1 paper is provided for us and we downloaded the Word file and we write separately the answer in the other Word file. So can we copy, sir, that Word file that what we write, sir, separately in that tablet? Is it okay or not, sir?
Where you are going to write it?
Sorry, sir.
Where you are going to write it? I did not get the concept.
I think, sir, IG1 will provide us already a template file.
Yeah.
So if we cannot write in the template file, answer in the template file, and we write in the separate Word file, and we copy that file.
No, you should not copy and paste. No. It's not accepted. If you are copying and pasting in the sense, they will be detecting it and you will be marked as malpractice.
No, me, sir, I will write myself, sir. I not copy from anybody.
No. Even though you are creating it by your own, you are copying and pasting. However, you are going to paste it, right? Paste it to the template, right?
Okay, sir, we must write, sir, in the template.
Yes, that's why they are giving it. Or else why they should give it? Tell me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Sir, can you explain what this guy is asking about? Where did you get this point?
is asking that if there is a template, okay? So he is not writing it directly in the template, he is writing it in another, like he is opening a new page of a word, and then he is going to write there separately, and then he will attach it with the given template from the Nebosh. So is it acceptable or not? That's what he was asking.
Sir, it's not accepted.
No.
Oh,
Sir,
Yeah.
today the last class of the element. So you can explain the paper pattern of tomorrow.
Hmm?
So you can explain the paper pattern in visual paper. So you can be explain it from tomorrow.
Explain tomorrow about the paper pattern.
Yeah.
Which paper pattern? About the IG1 exams?
Yeah.
No worries, I'll explain. Okay. So let's look on to the element number 4. Okay. So element number 4, health and safety monitoring and measuring. Okay, so element number 4, it has a total of 4 learning objectives. This is totally based upon the what is it? Health and safety monitoring and measuring. So the learner will be able to, so you will be able to discuss common methods and indicators used to monitor the effectiveness of the management system, and then explain why and how incidents should be investigated, recorded, and reported, and then explain what an audit is and why and how they are used to evaluate a management system. And then explain why and how incidents should be investigated, recorded, and reported. Explain what an audit is and why and how they are used to evaluate a management system. So why I need to do the auditing, inspection, and all these things. Okay. and then explain why and how regular reviews of health and safety performance are needed. So based upon this, the element number 4 has been designated. Okay, just it's a very small and an easy topic as well. Okay, so active and reactive monitoring. Like there are actually two types of monitoring only. Active. So active performance standards and the reactive performance standards. So organization need to monitor to access the effectiveness of the system, need to review both active performance standards and then the reactive performance standards as well. So basically, active monitoring and then the reactive monitoring. So active monitoring in the sense to ensure the health and safety standards are correct in the workplace. Accidents, like for example, active monitoring is basically what I am doing now. Okay, so like already the standards has been present, the policy is present, the procedure is present, the risk assessment, everything literally is been present. Okay, but now this this monitoring. Okay, so whatever I have created as a procedural or else like a theoretical thing, that's what I'm going to monitor. How is it effectively and how is it implemented properly when it is in a original state. Okay, like a practical state. So active monitoring objectives and usefulness of active monitoring. The primary objective of active monitoring are to check that health and safety objectives, plans and agreements have been implemented, monitor the extent of compliance with the organization's arrangements, procedures, and with its legislative or technical standards. So that is the objectives and usefulness of the active monitoring. So safety inspections, the term safety inspection implies an examination of the workplace, especially the routine inspection, statutory inspection, periodic inspection, the pre-use checks. So these are all the safety inspections that I will be using. Okay. So routine inspection, statutory inspections. So routine inspection in the sense, especially like on the routine basis of a workplace, like for example, like general housekeeping or general workplace practices. Okay, so all these things comes as a routine inspection. I'll be doing it on a daily basis. Okay, like filling up the chemical cleansifiers, or else like what is it, like cleaning of the garbage, waste management, all these things. So routine inspection, statutory inspection in the sense like complying to the legislations, okay, legal legislations of an item by a competent person to fulfill a legal requirement, especially the annual examination of lifting equipment, or else if I am using the forklift, or else if I am using the cranes. So what inspection I need to follow, or else any diesel power trucks, okay. So there will be an inspection, right? So that is the statutory inspection. Periodic inspection means like the monthly checks, like calibration equipments. So all those places requires the periodic inspections. So methods of active monitoring. So active monitoring in the sense which is in an executionary stage. Okay. So plant, premises, people and the procedures, plant, machinery, equipment and vehicles, premises, the workplace and the working environment, people, working methods and behavior, procedure, safe system of work, method statements, permit to work, etc. So safety sampling. Next is about the safety sampling. So safety sampling in the sense, for example, I am going to do an inspection or else an audit. It's not like I can complete the whole places like one by one. I can touch all of the equipments and then complete my audit, right? So I'll just go by the random sampling, and that's called as the safety sampling. Methods of active monitoring comes with the safety survey. So a word survey can be used to refer to serious or else various types of detailed examinations, such as environmental monitoring in a form or is a form of safety survey. Example, a noise assessment usually requires that a noise survey is carried out by a competent person using a sound level meter. And then the structural survey is a detailed examination. A structural survey is a detailed examination of a structural integrity, and then the staff survey examination to be collected for the asking staff with the questionnaire. So basically, all of these safety surveys comes under my KPI, that is the key performance indicator, right? And then there is the safety tools. So safety tools in the sense the group of people like managers, area specialists, the health and safety specialist, and also the engineer. So finally, with the so those people are called as like those people when they form out an assembly and then they go out for the safety tours in the sense they are so like in order to collect or else in order to audit like how safe are our workers performing. Okay, so it's like a high profile inspection of the workplace by formation of a team, and they'll be going on for the tours. Okay. Next is the health surveillance, proactive monitoring techniques, health surveillance, the benchmarking. So health surveillance benchmarking is very easy, you know that, right? Like I cannot take everything on the concern. So on the same time, so what I'm doing is I'm just benchmarking so that further on I can just look out to what has been missed and then carry on with the activities. So health surveillance in the sense it's like a active monitoring measure basically, like the workers those who are working for the organization they are being tested starting from the like in order to check whether the people those who are working are feeling safe to work or not by getting a sample. So approach to inspections, factors to take into account when determining the effect frequency of general workplace inspection. Statutory requirements may dictate an inspection frequency, the activities carried out, and the level of risk. So how well established the process And then risk assessment may suggest inspections, and then manufacturers may make recommendation, the presence of vulnerable workers, finding from previous inspections, accident history, enforcement authorities, whether workers have been voiced concerns or not. So all these things has to be taken into account while inspecting the things. So approach to the inspection, competence and objectivity of inspector. So competence and objectivity in the sense, how competent is the inspection, is the inspector. So an essential characteristics of whoever is conducting the inspection, the person who have the necessary training, knowledge, and the experience. In some instances, certification to a specific standard will be required. Training may be required to those who will be conducting the inspections. So most of all, the inspectors has to be very much approachful. So use of checklists. In many cases, inspections are based on checklists. The system of using a checklist has advantages and limitations. An inspection checklist is typically a list of the way things should be. So approach to inspections, use of checklists, advantages and disadvantages are there. Advantages are enables prior preparations and planning, quick and easy to arrange, brings a consistent approach. So those are all the advantages. Okay, quick and easy to arrange, brings a consistent approach, clearly identifies standards, thorough, provides ready-made basis of inspection report, provides evidence for audits, and all these things comes as the advantages. Disadvantages are does not encourage the inspector to think beyond the scope of the checklist. So once if I have the checklist in the sense, like periodically, so these are all the checks or checkpoints I need to correct. Okay, but once if I have the checklist, after that what I will do, definitely my scope, like my checking, like even though I am very much skilled, I will not go beyond the checklist, right? My scope, my mindset will not go beyond that. So items not on checklist are not inspected, may tempt people who are not authorized, competent to carry out the inspection, can be out of date if standards changes, and then inspectors might be tempted to fill in the checklist without checking in the area. Like if I'm very much busy, if the inspector is very much busy in the schedule, and they have been asked to do the inspection as well, then what they'll do, because already they are competent, they are very well known about that, right? So what they'll do, they'll just do the inspection random. So they just do the inspection randomly, right? Like without even checking or going to the spot. The workplace inspection checklist, for example, see here, fire, electrical is there, general lightning, chemicals, first aid. So all this comes as the checklist, just to check it.
Sir, we can't see the checklist. Please zoom in.
It's just a random checklist. Even you can create. It's not it's not a complicated one. Whether the extinguishers are in place or not, like clearly marked for type of fire, recently serviced or not, electrical in the sense portable equipment, in data tested, broken sockets or connectors, like a random checklist. Like it's not something very much complicated, but almost all the checklist, all the check details will be all sent, will be all available in your organization itself. So if you are working in an organization and looking onto the checklist in the sense, it will be much convenient for you.
Excuse
Yeah.
Sir, how is the audit is different from the inspection, sir?
How the audit is okay. So auditing basically comes with three types. For one is first party. First party means within your organization, like you are doing an internal audit. Okay, so internal audit is totally based upon to the standards, like standard reference. For example, health and safety in the sense you will be looking onto ISO 45001 standard. Plus, you will be complying if you are in Abu Dhabi, then there is an OSHA standard also. So you will be complying with those two standards, and you will be applying with the internal audits. Okay, so internal audit is basically first party audit. Okay, second party audit in the sense it's like for the people. Like I guess it will be here. No worries. It will be here in this portion. Okay. Anyways, I'll just tell it to you. So second party audit in the sense it's like vendors, like your customers, or else, for example, you are doing any servicing profile or company in the sense at that time you will be servicing certain things, right? So so for those services the vendors will be accessing, like in order to give you the tender, they'll be giving an access. Okay, like we can have our business in the sense they'll first of all come to your system, audit your system and provide a report where it will be good. Okay, like your reputation will be increased. So that is, plus you will be getting new business also. So that is the second party. And then the third party means literally you will be getting the uh, what is it called, like a external certification body will be coming to your organization to audit your system, give you a certificate which will be valid. Okay, so these are all the types of audits. But inspection means inspection does not has any standards. Okay, for example, if I want to look or else do an inspection for my equipment in the sense, that is different, that comes as a different scenario. So based upon the what is it, based upon your requirement, you are doing an individual inspection based upon your own created, your company's own created standard, and that is called as the inspection. Okay, so whenever there is a first party, second party audit, every time they will be asking you the records of the inspections, like how many inspections have you completed, whether it is worth or not, whether the inspection is giving its effectiveness. Okay, so that is how you can differentiate the inspection with the audits.
Thank you, sir. Sir, inspection is always external or internal, sir?
No, inspection, it's as per your recommendation. For example, if I have the forklift, okay, so for that forklift, I can do the internal inspection by my mechanical maintenance team also. But for the same forklift, if I want if I want a certification, like if I want a certificate from an external body that this forklift is certified for the next 3 years, like all of the clearance has been given in the sense, yes, it comes with the second type, that is the external inspection.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So reactive monitoring uses incidents, ill health, and other unwanted events and situations as indicators of health and safety performance to highlight areas of concern. By definition, this means reacting after things have gone wrong. So once if I have been working, okay, so that is an active inspection or an active monitoring. But despite of this active monitoring, I have found out certain accidents or else that there has been a wrong intent, okay, or else there was a mistake. In the sense, definitely it does not come as an active monitoring. Once if I am getting a non-compliance, next I'm going on with the further on. So that is called as the reactive monitoring.
Like this and all, they will all promise you for it. And money will not give for it. They are facing this job. Why should we should be the receiver? I'm asking you one question. Why should we be the receiver? And we are doing something, we are doing grading, that we are doing all the things. We are presenting here, we are doing something. Why should we be the receiver? Don't be strong there because we want you to do. But your people are saying I be a weak character. When you want to get somebody, you're going to the they're going to think somebody to be your bad and think to be them whatever your bad. You'll be they think you are anyone. You'll be anyone.
So objectives of reactive monitoring. So the objectives of reactive monitoring is to measure the negative outcomes from the organization's efforts to ensure the health and safety in order to identify the significance of these outcomes and opportunities for improvement. So what you are going to do is the objectives, major objective is, although I am doing the active monitoring, but finally I have found out that there is a reaction involved. Okay. For example, it's not effective, it's not efficient in the sense. Next, I'll get to know about a reaction, right? So once if I'm getting to know about a reaction in the sense, that is called as the reactive monitoring. And for the objective, coming to the objective part, the mistake that was happened for the active monitoring, it should not repeat for the reactive thing. Okay, so that is called as the reaction. Statistics. Data can be collected and reported about a number of different unwanted events such as accidents, dangerous occurrence, near misses, cases of ill health, complaints from the workforce, the number and type of formal enforcement actions taken against the organization, and then the number and type of formal enforcement agencies, the number and value of civil claims for compensation, cost of accidents, example, the damage repair. So all these things comes as the statistics for this reactive monitoring. Okay. And then investigation, recording, and reporting of the incident. So an accident can be defined as an unplanned, uncontrolled event such as injury, ill health, dangerous occurrence, near miss, property damage. Okay. So literally, this is called as an incident. Okay. So now let's look onto the injury. So injury in the sense like a physical harm forming for a person. So that is basically defined as the injury. Okay. So once if I'm getting any physical sort of a physical harm, that is basically termed as the injury, right? So the term injury refers to physical harm to an individual, and incidents that results in the type of harm are often called as the accidents. Can be broken into fatal injury, major injury, injury with time of absence. So ill health is harm to a person's health caused by their work, physical or physiological, and then may relate to a wide range of occupational diseases. For example, asbestos, silicosis may take years to appear. There may be national legislations or recordings and reporting. So that is for the ill health. So dangerous occurrence, significant hazardous accidents or incidents, for example, collapse of a hoist or scaffolding, may be different in each country, dependent on enforcement reporting requirements. So that is called as the dangerous occurrence. So dangerous occurrence may be most of all like for example, there is like there is a for example there is a cylinder blasted, okay, but the property is not damaged, the person they are not got any sort of injury, just it has formed as a dangerous occurrence. That's where I'll be mentioning the term as the dangerous occurrence. Okay, near miss in the sense an event which did not result in personal injury, equipment damage, or some other loss. The distance between near miss and an accident can be small in terms of time and distance, opportunities to correct problem, and an investigation with root cause is critical for the near miss. Accident, near miss, and unsafe condition. So you can see here in the picture there is one person or else a guy who has been walking, okay, and then while walking the bricks are been falling onto the top of the person, okay, and that's how we are mentioning it as the accident. Now next is the near miss. The same person was just crossed by the scenario, but the bricks has just fallen down where the person has not got any sort of injury. That is called as the near miss. And then there is the unsafe condition. Unsafe condition means everything is on the spot. There is like the person is there is no person nearby, but the chances are there if the persons are just traveling or else the bricks if it falls on them, then there could be a near miss or else an accident, and that is called as the unsafe condition. Okay, so by this you can see the three conditions: accident, near miss, and the unsafe condition.
Sir, figure C is also a dangerous condition.
What?
Dangerous figure C.
Yes, picture C is an unsafe condition.
The previous slides have been studied it, sir. The dangerous conditions.
Terms and conditions for
No, sir. In the previous slide, can you, sir, please turn on the previous slide? Dangerous occurrence, sir.
Dangerous occurrence, no. See, dangerous occurrence means it does not come as a dangerous occurrence. Here, the condition is not good. Dangerous occurrence means something has happened, but there is no damage to a person or else a property, but just it has happened. That's all. For example, there was a like a person or else there was a lorry, okay, and that lorry was holding on certain, what is it called, like that lorry was holding on with the with certain bricks or else the mud, it was carrying mud, okay. Suddenly the back of the lorry just fell down and then it distributed the mud throughout the road. All of the vehicles stopped the way, like all of the other places, the vehicles, the vehicle that were following the lorry, everyone just stopped the car. It did not create an impact to the person or else to the vehicle, but still the some incident has happened, right? So that is called as the dangerous occurrence, where it has not caused any impact or damage to the person who is owning it, to the person who is subordinate, but still there is an occurrence, and that is called as the dangerous occurrence. Okay, so damage only means where there is sustainable damage to equipment, property, or material, like any material or else any property. So for those guys, when there is a damage for only these things, in the sense that comes under the damage only. So can be useful as a predictive tool for situation that could result in a major loss to the organization, can contribute to the risk assessment process. So this damage only can be the records of this damage can be used for the record process as well. So reasons for investigating incidents: to identify the immediate and root cause of the incident. Incidents are usually caused by unsafe acts and unsafe conditions in the workplace, but these often arise from underlying or root cause. So to identify corrective action to prevent a reoccurrence, a key motivation behind incident investigation is that to record the facts of the incidents, people do not have perfect memories, and accident investigation records document factual evidence for the future. So for legal reasons, incident investigation are an implicit legal duty imposed on the employer in addition to the duty of the report the incident. So that is for the reasons for investigating the incidents. So reasons for investigating the incidents: for claim management, if the claim of compensation is lodged against the employer, the insurance company will examine the accident investigation report to help determine liability. For staff morale, non-investigation of accidents has a detrimental effect on moral and safety culture because workers will assume that the organization does not value their safety. And then to enable risk assessments to be reviewed and updated, an incident suggests deficiency with the risk assessment which should be addressed. So reasons for investigating the incidents: for disciplinary purposes, for data gathering purposes. So two reasons are basically found. For disciplinary purposes, in the sense, through blaming workers for incidents have a negative effect on safety culture. There are occasions when an organization has to discipline a worker because their behavior has fallen short to the acceptable standard. For data gathering purposes, in the sense, just to gather the data, like accident statistics or else in order to add with the risk assessment. So that's why the investigation of the incidents is very much important. So 4 steps are done. Act, gather factual information about the event, analyze that information and draw conclusion about the immediate and root cause, identify suitable control measures and plan the remedial actions. So these 4 steps will be added. So first thing, gathering information. So gathering of the information at that spot, what you need to do is you need to barricade the situation as soon as there is an incident. Okay. So secure the scene. So for securing, you need to barricade and then collect witnesses, collecting the witnesses in the sense those who have witnessed that accident, witnessed about the accident. Okay. And then collect the factual information from the scene and record it. So whatever the whatever the information that I have collected from the scene, I need to collect it and then record it as well. Once the scene has been thoroughly examined, move it on to the second source of information, that is the witness. So witness has to be asked for giving an interview. So like incident debriefings. Okay. And then once witnesses have been interviewed, move on to the third source of information, that is the documentation. So documentation, you need to add it up with the site plans, with the company policies, risk assessment, training records, all these things. So step 2, analyze the information. Analysis should determine immediate or direct cause, root or underlying causes as well. So entire chain of events is evaluated to find root causes as well as the immediate cause. So analyze the information. Immediate cause are the obvious causes that gave rise to the event itself. These will be the things that occurred at the time and place of the accident. So underlying or root cause are the things that lie behind the immediate cause. Often root causes will be failures in the management system, such as failure to adequately supervise workers, failure to provide appropriate PPE, failure to provide adequate training, lack of maintenance, inadequate checking or inspections, failure to carry out proper risk assessments. Next is the step 3, identify suitable control measure. It is important that the correct control measures are established. Otherwise, time, money, and effort will be wasted on inadequate and unnecessary measures that will not prevent similar occurrence in the future. Control measures must be identified to remedy both the immediate and the underlying causes. So for both the immediate and the underlying causes, the control measures has to be relied upon. Next step 5, plan the remedial action. Remedial actions can be presented in an action plan. So recommended action, introduce induction training for all new drivers. Priority medium, like time scale, responsible person, we are adding it with it. So the contents of a typical incident investigation report may include time and date of the incident, location of the incident, details of the injured person, details of injury sustained, description of the activity being carried out, drawings or photographs, details of witnesses and witness statement, immediate and underlying root cause of the incident, and then assessment of any breaches of legislations, recommended corrective action with suggested cost, and then the estimation of the cost implication for the organization. So all these things adds as the content of a typical incident investigation report. The description of the activity being carried out at time, estimation of the cost implication for the organization. Summary, throughout the process of investigation, it must be clearly borne in mind that the objective is to prevent a reoccurrence of the accident, not to apportion blame. So it is important to identify the true causes of the accident, not superficial ones. As a minimum, organizations should keep a record of all work-related accidents that result in personal injury. This is usually dictated by regional statute law, and there is often a standard accident record form or book that should be used. This record must then be kept by the organization, and length of time that it has to be retained in usually also subject to statute law. So incident recording. So at a minimum, as a minimum, organization should keep a record of all work-related incidents that result in personal injury. So this is usually dictated by regional statute law, and then this record must then be kept by the organization. The length of time, and that has to be retained, is usually also subjected to the statute law. So that's how the incident recording has to be done. So lesson learned is the history. Okay. So it is important that lessons learned from accidents or incidents are shared with as many people who would benefit from it as it is possible. But as a minimum, they must include different departments within an organization. The more than the root cause, like intermediate cause, other than the intermediate cause, I need to focus more onto the root cause. So incident lessons and the learned alert. So BN00. So for example, this is just for an example. Okay. So what they have learned. So what is the incident and what is the details? Like the details, we need to segregate it like this in this manner. Okay. Health and safety auditing. So auditing can be defined as auditing in the systematic, objective, critical evaluation of the organization's health and safety management system. So like critical evaluation, we are going to give. Distinguish between audits and inspection. Audit focuses on management system. It examines documents such as the safety policy, arrangement procedure, and then risk assessment. So recently, as we seen, like or the difference between the audit and the inspection. Just now we have talked about it. Inspection is similar process of checking the workplace for uncontrolled hazards and addressing any that are found. So next, pre-audits. So pre-audit means before conducting an audit, what things I need to do. Okay. So the scope of the audit, the area of the audit, the extent of the audit, who will be required, and the information gathering. So that's the pre-audit now. Okay. And then the post, what is it called? Like during the audit, what I'll do basically, I'll be doing the reference of paperwork, interviews, and then the direct observation also. So at the end of the audit, usually verbal feedback and followed by a written report. The report will make recommendations for improvement with an indication of priorities and time scales. So this will be done at the end of the audit. Like there is a distinguish between the external audit and the internal audit. So advantages for the external audit are independent of any internal influence, fresh pair of eyes, and then may have wider experience because it is an external. Recommendations offer carry more weight. Okay. And then disadvantages are expensive because it is an expensive thing. And then time consuming, may not understand the business and may impractical and make impractical suggestions, may intermediate workers to get immediate evidence also. So, so these are all the disadvantages for it. And then for the internal audits, in the sense, it's very less expensive. It's very less expensive, and the auditors already know the business, improves ownership of issues. So these are all the advantages and disadvantages. Okay, so what we were talking was about the advantages and disadvantages of the internal audits. So now internal audits. So internal audits, in the sense, like actions taken following audits correcting the non-conformities, major non-conformance, minor non-conformance, and there is the observations also. So major non-conformance, a significant issue or breach which requires the urgent action, like which requires really urgent action, comes with the uh, one more, yes. Okay. So major non-conformance, minor non-conformance, and there is the observation. So what is a major non-conformance? Basically, it's upon the what is it called? Like yes. First of all, based upon the clause and the subclause, if the if nothing is been complied, okay. if the compliance, if the clause has not been followed completely, then it is termed as the major non-conformance. Okay. And then and then there is the second type of non-conformance, that is the minor non-conformance. For example, if the clause is been identified, okay, but it's not completely like for example, there is a clause, and then for the clause it comes with like 3 or 4 subclause, okay, and those subclause, it's not identified completely, okay, like 2 or 3 subclause has been identified as a non-conformance, so I'm declaring the whole clause as a minor non-conformance, okay. And then finally, it comes with the observations. So observation means I am giving you an opinion. So the opinion, in the sense, the final opinion that will be given to you for like in order to make certain changes for perfect implementation, that is called as the observation.
First, please turn off your mic.
So the next 4.4, review of health and safety performance. Let's take a small break before going to this 4.4 review of a small health and safety performance. Okay, like a 5 minutes break, and then I'll join back. Okay. Yeah, just a 5 minutes.
Hello, students. Hello. Yes, please. Hey, follow. कैसे भाई आप ठीक हो? पाकिस्तान में कहा पेशावर पेशावर आप कहाँ से मैं भी KPK से वहाँ पर देर से हूँ अच्छा तो कैसा क्लासेस कब से आप ज्वाइन किए यार 2-3 दिन हो गए थोड़ा मसला से क्लासेस कैसे जा रहे हैं आप समझ रहे हैं क्लासेस को जी जी बिल्कुल समझ रहा हूँ सच्ची बात है तो कितने दिन में क्लासेस हो गए तो उसको ऐड कर दिया गया है ग्रुप में मैसेज किया था कुछ है मतलब 1-2 दिन हो गए आज तीसरा दिन क्लास जी मतलब एक क्लास फर्स्ट यस आप तो एक क्लास आपने एडमिशन कैसे स्टूडेंट भी किए आपने एडमिशन डेस्क किस इंस्टीट्यूट में किया जी इधर पेशावर में है डेस्क इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं कोई और है किसी वो कैसे क्या नाम है इंस्टीट्यूट का ये हर इंस्टीट्यूट में क्लासेस लिए आपने थोड़ा I think मैं वाटिक हो गई है अभी भाई बता दें मैं स्टार्ट किया तो सीखा नहीं अभी टारगेट है जी अभी टारगेट है ब्रेक आ गई ब्रेक आ गई बंद अच्छा अच्छा तो दूसरे आईजी2 की डिस्कस रिपोर्ट बना रही है आपने अच्छा बाकी क्लासेस नहीं है ये इतनी बदलाव पाएंगे आपको देख रहे हैं ना कोई है ना बच्चों देख रहे हो ओके ज्यादा मुश्किल है कब से दे रहे हैं तो मुश्किल क्या है ठीक है अरे ठीक चलो टाइम थोड़ा सा है ठीक है हमारे आप जी किधर से टीवी से पाकिस्तान अच्छा अच्छा ओके पाकिस्तान मैं बेसिक कश्मीर से मैं लाहौर से अच्छा अच्छा वहाँ पर भी आपकी क्लास की बस अपनी तैयारी है उसमें अगर आप कुछ करें कि वो बहुत मुश्किल है ना टाइम निकल ज्यादा पड़ता है वो
उसको समझने के लिए लंबा टाइम लगता है, इसके बाद तो ऐसा अल्लाह वैसा करे। आप चूक के रही दे सबके बेटा अपना
जी
किसी इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए या कोई एडमिशन भेज दे।
जी
ओके
बहुत
See, no, see. See. Don't feel like it. See, I just want the things to be clear. That's all. See, because I will never let it go. I know that I will never let it go till the end. But I just want you to know what is the things because in the future, I won't be there, but nothing should happen to you. No problem should come to you. That is what I might say. I pray because they are like people sometimes. I know them. Sometimes I know them. They're very crooked. Okay. So the Lala, no problem. Anyways, I will give you the 100% support. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let me. So we will have some school. So you want a template, right? You want a template for the annual report. Okay, I will send you because he just sent me the list of relationships. But things are only some things. Date should be changed. That's all. That's not a big deal. There's some dates to be changed. No problem. Okay, I will check with him the template. If I don't, okay, I will be there. Okay, and I'll give you for this. நான் வந்து எனக்கு 80% இதுல ஒரு 50% தெரியும் வைங்க 50% தெரியாது அது மட்டும் நீங்க மாட்டிக்குவீங்க புரிஞ்சு அதாவது நான் உங்களை பேச சொல்லும்போது ஸோ ஓகே ட்ரெயினரும் சொல்றான் கோஆர்டினேட்டரும் சொல்றான் ஸோ நம்ம வேலை பண்ணி ஆகணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றேன் இது இஸ் கரெக்ட் இப்போ என்ன கேட்கறாங்க டெம்ப்ளேட் ஏதாவது கிடைக்கும் எல்லா விஷயம் டெம்ப்ளேட் ஏதாவது கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா இருக்கா அப்படின்னு கேட்கறாங்க டெம்ப்ளேட் கேட்கறாங்க என்ன டெம்ப்ளேட் தெரியல அதாவது அவன் என்ன சொல்லிட்டாங்க ரிப்போர்ட் இப்போ என்னன்னா அந்த இது இப்போ நீங்க வந்து உங்களுடைய சைடு வந்து காசு அதிகமாகவே வாங்கணும் ஏன்னா இது வந்து கன்சல்டிங்லேயே வந்துடும் ஆமா அவங்ககிட்ட எதுவுமே இல்ல அந்த ஒயிட்டா இருக்கு பார்த்தீங்களா நம்ம எதுவுமே அவன்கிட்ட இல்லை அது எல்லாமே நம்மகிட்ட இருக்கு நம்ம அனுப்பிடுவோம் ஆனா அது தனியா இருக்கும் லாஸ்ட் இயர் எனக்கு ஒரு ஆடியோ ஹெல்ப் பண்ணலாம், நீ எதுக்கு பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு நான் சொன்னேன், அதுவும் சொன்னேன். லாஸ்ட் இயர் நீ வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் பண்ற எக்ஸ்டர்னல் ஆடியோ பிரச்சனை இல்லை, இப்போ மறுபடியும் பண்றேன். திடீர்னு அடக்கு வந்து இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் கண்டிப்பா கேட்பாங்க. நம்ம ஸ்கூல்லயே 3 வாட்டி இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அதனால கண்டிப்பா இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் வரும். அப்போ வரும்போது நீ என்ன பண்ணுவேன், அவன் மட்டும் கேப் ரெக்கார்டு மாட்டே இல்லை, அப்ப எப்படி எக்ஸ்டர்னல் ஆடிட் மட்டும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா நம்ம 2 நீ மட்டும் தான் நானும் சரியா நல்லா போயிட்டு சுகரே கொடுத்தாரு வெளியூர் வச்சு நான் பண்றேன். நீங்க டெம்ப்ளேட் வச்சு நான் வந்து அப்போ அவன் கிளையண்ட்ட பேசி என்னன்னு ஃபீல் பண்றேன். ஓகே இப்போ இந்த இதை சொல்றேன், அட்லீஸ்ட் நீங்க மார்க் பண்ணிக்கலாம். Okay, guys, so let's carry on with the 4.4 review of health and safety performance. So purpose of reviewing health and safety performance, evaluate the effectiveness of what is being done when compared with the experience. So to identify the substandard health and safety practices and the conditions, identify the trends in relation, and then so identify the threats and the conditions in relation to different types of incidents, plus yeah. So provide a benchmark of the organization performance against of similar organization or an industrial norm. So this is why the purpose of reviewing the health and safety performance is mandatory here. Next is review at planned. Next is the review at planned interval, monthly, quarterly, and annual. So for individuals, first line managers or section, quarterly for middle managers or departments, annual for senior managers, site, or the whole organization. So this is how you need to review it. Okay. So monthly for individuals, first line managers or sections, quarterly for middle managers or departments, annual for senior managers, sites, or the whole organization. So this is how you need to review at the planned interval, and then review to consider legal compliance, accident and incident data, findings of safety surveys, tours and sampling and workspace or statutory inspections, and then absence and sickness data, audit reports, achievement of objectives, enforcement action, action from previous reviews, legal and best practice developments, and then quality assurance reports, results or participation and consultation, and then communication and complaints for external sources, monitoring data, records or reports, etc. Hey, so monthly, quarterly, and annual for senior managers, site, or the whole organization. So review to consider legal compliance, accident and incident data. So we'll be reviewing all of these records like at least yearly once, if possible. Okay. So yearly once we need to review these records, and then results of and then the results of the like quality analysis or else the assurance report. So all of these results, once if it is collected, you are going to do it as a review for whether it matches with the given standards or not, you will be reviewing it, and finally you will be submitting it with all of the other involved datas. Okay, so this is what I will be doing. And then yes, outputs for the review. So once if I have reviewed all of the systems as mentioned previously, so we will be like collecting like we will be talking about the reviewed contents in the management reviews. Okay, so management reviews basically the place where all of the people related to the top management till the workers are all involved here. Okay. So that is for the management review. Some organization will also be required to report annually to stakeholders on both health and safety performance through annual company report. And then finally, the review process should from part of the continual improvement process of the organization. Strategic targets are set by senior management. These targets are then channeled down through the organization and reviewed by the line management at different levels. Senior management set strategic targets. Middle management review performance in the areas under their control, and then the junior management review performance and sets local targets that will collectively allow the strategic targets to be achieved. So these are all the outputs for the review. So role of the board and senior managers. So carry the responsibility on behalf of the organization to ensure review of performance are conducted, and then treat health, safety, and the environment as equal partners to their other businesses such as production and the quality as well. So junior management, like final review performance of the sets of the local targets and the objectives. So this is how the board of the senior managers will be performing. So carry the responsibility on behalf of the organization to ensure review of performance are conducted. So treat health, safety, and the environment as equal partners to other businesses as well. So this is the role of the board and the senior managers. So that's the end of the element number 4 as well. Okay. So now so next for the health and safety for the IG1. Okay. So IG1 basically you can see here in the uh, picture, like for example, you will be asked like a total of 8 questions. Oh, sorry, 8 marks. Like it will be splitted also. So you need to try to cover like 5 points each. Okay. So 5 points in the sense like uh, like like for example, I'm getting it like a 4 marks, and then I need to give like 5 points for each and every answers. Okay. So what you need to do is you need to read the question very carefully, highlight the keywords in the sense, for example, if I am writing any answers, okay, so I need to try to highlight any of the keywords. Like we have seen so many of the topics now, for example, like lack of concentration, or else what is it like active monitoring, passive monitoring, reactive monitoring. So all of this comes as the keywords. So I need to highlight those keywords in order to indicate the requirements here. Okay. And then step 4, read the questions again. Finally, develop a plan. So this is what you need to do while approaching the question. And then now have a go at the question yourself. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So likewise, you need to give your answers. Okay. So no need to go with the like what is it called, like giving a separate heading to a topic and then continuing with the answers. It's not what I need. Okay. So whatever the questions are, you need to give the answers in this manner only. Okay. So you no need to give a specific title for all the answers here. Okay. So you just already there will be the question given. Just go on with the answers. No need to give a specific title. Okay. So you can see 4 steps are here, like four points are inclusive. So just go on with the points. No need to give any headings for the topics. Okay. So your reactive mode. So same like this, same as you can see in the picture or else in the paper, you need to give the answers accordingly. Okay. So no need to give the headings. Just keep this in the mind. No need to, because I have seen many papers, those who are giving it as the headings. If you are giving the headings in the sense, chances are that you will be getting failed. Okay. So no need to give any headings. Just go on with the points directly. If you feel that this is a keyword, then just indicate or highlight it by using the bold characters. Okay. So just highlight it by the bold. No need to do any of these things. Reasons why people are getting poor marks. So some candidates could only provide accidents data as a reactive measures, when in reality there are a lot of other examples also. So no need to go on with the accident data only. There is a lots and lots of other data. So you need to work on through that as well. Okay. So that is the reason for the candidates, those who are getting the poor marks. Okay. Yeah. I'm not able to get your point. I'm not able to hear.
So I mean, here, any marks on the Nebosh certificate, which by the first got this much marks and.
No, you'll not get the marks in the certificate. It will be only showed as distinction or else like so like that.
Okay, sir. So, how can one know that this person has passed the test?
You will be getting the mail, na?
Only email.
Yes.
Oh.
So okay.
So,
Now it's 12 o'clock
sir,
here. It means
I have a doubt.
yeah.
So for one particular question, we need to answer like particular words, like how much 3,000, 2,000, like that.
No, for the whole answer sheet, it must come under 3,000
Okay,
words. It's not like
totally.
for one question.
Okay, okay. Totally, we need like that.
Yes, totally you need to answer it within 3,000 words.
Okay, so for this IG1, how many questions will be there?
It's not sure. Sometimes they ask five questions, sometimes they ask 10 questions, sometimes they ask 7, 8. It's up to them. We cannot be sure.
Okay, for example, like they are just giving 10 questions, so we need all the answers like between 2,800 to 3,000 words.
3,000.
Is it? Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And sir, how long duration of the paper?
What?
How long duration? So
24
it
hours.
will be time
24 hours. That's what I told in the first class itself. For example, if my Basically, if you are in UAE, your exam will start at 3 o'clock. Okay. If you are in
Okay.
Pakistan, your exam will start at 4 o'clock. Okay. So at that time, you will be getting your question papers in your Nebosh portal. Okay. Not in this LMS. You will be given with the user because almost everybody has got the registration ID, right? Registration
Yes, sir.
confirmation from the Nebosh, right? So from
Yes.
them, they will be sending another mail to change your login ID, sorry, to change your passwords. Okay. So that the login ID that you will be using plus the passwords that you will be using will be the final one. So you will be getting your question papers and the answer sheet template there itself. Okay. So after getting that, you need to start working on it. So for example, if it is a 24 hours of exams, you should not try to submit your answer sheet at the last hour, okay, at the 24th hour. For example, now I am receiving it at the answer sheet at 3 o'clock. So next day I should not submit by 2:55 or else 2:50. It's not applicable. Why I'm saying is because of the trafficking more and more, because it's not like only one institute is giving the Nebosh test. There will be lakhs of people, those who are submitting the Nebosh exams, and all of them will be approaching to the last hour only. So don't do that. Try to submit your answer before 1 hour itself. Okay. 1 hour, 1.5 hour itself. Okay. 24 hours
Okay.
is more than enough for you. So try to complete your answers before 1 or 1.5 hour. Okay.
Okay, sir. So our exam date is at 3 April, right?
Yes,
Start.
great.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so starting time is like 3 o'clock in UAE.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Ask. What? After 1 week of submission of IG1. But I will not wait until that time. See, 1 week of submission of IG1 in the sense you are having more than enough time. So I want you to submit it by, because it's a mock exam. Because once if you're like it's not a final submission. So IG2 you will be submitting first of all the mock exam. So we will be reviewing your papers and then we'll be uploading on the same portal, asking you to make the changes, and then you'll be making the changes, and then you have to upload it for this final submission also. So the final submission will be done after 7 days. The mock submission will be done like after 3 days itself. Okay. Okay.
So you have told about that login ID, like regarding login. I got one mail from Nebosh, like I have the learner number only.
Yes, that will be sent afterwards, not now.
Okay, okay.
Not now. Afterwards, like maybe after 1 week, you'll be getting that.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Sir, will there be any waivers or interviews at Nebosh?
What?
Waivers or interviews from Nebosh?
Why? I don't know.
Sir, he asking that Nebosh will we take our interview or not?
Yes, yes. IG1, you will be getting an interview call also. So IG1, they will be asking like one question. They'll be dictating your answers in order to check whether you have written the question or answers or not, for checking.
Okay, sir. Sir, when will be the interview? Like after the paper, how much time?
After the paper, maybe 2 or 3 days, maybe within that.
Sir, interview from IG1 paper.
Yes, IG1 paper.
And sir, how can we get access to portal? Sir, portal is giving us a invalid answer, the invalid ID.
Yes, for that we are looking, but still the IT team is working on it.
Okay, sir.
So just wait. Once if it is okay, then we'll inform it. Okay.
Suppose in one question, if there is a 10 marks, sir, so how minimum, sir, points will be mentioned in the answer?
At least 11 points. 11 points.
Many times it happened that there is a 18 marks, 20 marks question.
Yes.
So,
So you need to give like 20
20
points. Yeah, 20, 21 points you need to give.
So it will be so lengthy, sir.
Yes, definitely it will be lengthy, but the next question will be asked for 3 or 2 marks only, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you can tally there. Hmm.
Okay.
Oh, okay, guys, we can talk all about this after your prayer because now it's your prayer time. Did you forget it?
Excuse me, sir. No, sir.
Yeah, go for prayer. We'll talk about this after 2 o'clock, okay?
Sir, wait, sir, got it.
What?
3 minutes paper. Wait, paper.
No, as per Pakistani time, come back at 3 o'clock.
No, we are finished 2 o'clock.
No, sir, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. We are finished
When
2
is it?
o'clock.
Yes, sorry, 2 o'clock. Yes, as per Pakistani time, come back at 2 o'clock, okay?
1 o'clock here.
Yes.
So, sir. So,
Yeah.
the before class after,
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock after,
Pakistani
yes,
time.
Pakistani time, 2 o'clock,
3
finish your prayer. Until 3 o'clock, the classes will be going on, okay? Same as yesterday, Baba. How many times? Again and again.
tomorrow also same.
Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, every day.
Saturday only.
Okay.
Are you are doing the machine, this batch, or batch?
Which batch? Okay, hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let's continue. Okay. So you were all asking me certain doubts regarding to the IG1, right? So now, yeah, you can carry on. because next we are going to carry on with the IG2 sessions. So as I have explained earlier, so there will be a total of 7 hazard categories that we will be looking on for the IG2 risk assessment. Okay. So anything else about the IG1 questions or something like that?
No, sir, fine.
It's fine, right? Okay, so let's go with the element number 2 then. Okay.
Complete, okay.
So element number 5, physical and physiological health. Okay, like physical and psychological health. So element number from starting from the element number 5, all of the technical contents are now removed. Okay, so removed in the sense like like it's as per the day-to-day activities that we are performing nowadays, right? So all of these things are included as per the day-to-day life. So nothing much complicated here. Okay. Okay. So learning objectives here will be, yes, the health effects associated with exposure to noise, and then the health effects associated with exposure to vibration and appropriate control measures, and then outline the health effects associated with ionizing and non-ionizing radiation, and then violence at work, plus health and safety control measures to reduce such risk, and then like related to stress, like exposure for the workers related to stress. So all these things would be covered here for this particular element. Okay. So first of all, let's go with the noise. So noise at work. Basically, there is a there is a regulation that the like if we go with the legal legislations, there is something like you should always follow the dB levels, okay, like decibels. So it should be not more than 85 decibels. Even that's why for the phones, if you want to increase your volume in the sense, it will be showing with a red color indication, which means the decibel value is going to be increased. That may cause your ears. That may affect the ears, okay. So noise at work. Noise is an unwanted sound. Yes, Jen. Yeah. After 2 o'clock. Okay. So the ear has basically three basic regions. One is outer, middle, and then there is a inner layer as well. Okay. So the so whenever there is a higher exposure of the noise in the sense, my inner layer will be moreover affected. Okay. That is very much injurious as well. So if the outer layer is there in the sense, no worries. But if the inner layer, then there is more effectful for me. So physical effects at noise. Typical hearing effects can include temporary reduction in hearing sensitivity, temporary ringing in the ears, noise-induced hearing loss, tinnitus, and then inability to hear. So all those comes as the so Violence. என்ன கம்பெனில வரும் இது ராஜஸ்தான் டெவலப்மெண்ட் கம்யூனிட்டி நாளைக்கு என்ன ட்ரைனிங் சும்மா அபுதாபியில் இங்கே இடம் கொடுங்க NPC ஏதாவது அவங்க இந்தியாவில் கொடுங்க இந்தியாவில் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் சரி
Excuse me, Mr. John.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Is everything all right?
Yeah. All good.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. So yeah, physical effects of noise. So typical hearing effects can include temporary reduction in hearing sensitivity. So, for example, if especially when you are in the highly trafficked area, na, at that time you'll be able to notice this. Or else, if you are inside a theater, okay, and you come out of the theater, at that time you will be able to get this temporary reduction in hearing sensitivity disorder. So temporary ringing in the ears, in the sense it will be same as like one beep sound will be going on, especially whenever you are over pressurized at that time. So that is the temporary ringing in the ears. And then the noise induced hearing loss It means permanent loss of hearing. So like permanent for the permanent. And then tinnitus, persistent ringing in the ears, and then inability to hear in the sense hazards such as vehicles, alarms, and warning sirens. For that, like at that moment, you will not be able to hear that. So psychological effects of noise are stress, sleep disturbance, and then the aggressive behavior. So noisy office environment are frequently cited as the cause of conflict between the workers. So basically, the need for assessment of to exposure of the noise. So the employer should make a suitable and sufficient assessment of the risk created by the work involved. Assessment should establish which workers are at risk of hearing damage and the level of risk. So it can also identify sources of noise workers are exposed to. Assessments will help the employer when providing suitable hearing protection. Marking of hearing protection zones are providing information, instruction, and training to the workers. So that is for the marking. Okay. So basic noise control measure. Noise exposure can be controlled in three main ways, each of which may be achieved using various methods, such as during the noise at the source, interrupt the pathway, and then protect the receiver. So that is the basic noise control measure that you need to follow. So basic noise control measures reduce the noise at the source. First of all, substituting the source, maintenance, modifying the process, silencing. So reduce the noise at the source in the sense substitute the source, like changing the noise source for something else that does not that does the same job, generates less noise. So most of all, you know that nowadays we are using the what is it like previously it was a different type of a music system or else like noise generation. Okay, nowadays we are using different types of speakers. Bluetooth speaker we are using inward speaker. So different types of things are there. So substituting the source, what type of tools I'm using, I'm just trying to substitute it, like where the effect is less. And then maintenance. Machinery often produces noise because it is in need of the maintenance. Modifying the process, example, the changing from glass to plastic bottles, noise from a packing line can be reduced. And then silencing, any machine that produces exhaust gases, example, diesel generator, should be fitted in with a silencer to a exhaust to suppress the noise. So that is how I can reduce the noise at the source. So basic noise control measures interrupt the pathway from source to receiver. So insulation and isolation, two methods I can use. One is insulation. Insulation means, for example, I have a pump. Okay. So for that pump, it's basically producing a more noise. So what I am doing is I am just insulating it. I am insulating it with a material such as glass wool or else like glass fiber, so that the sound does not come out. Okay, so I am insulating the source. Next is the isolation. Isolation means the hole. For example, there is a pump area. So that is disturbing really. Okay, so what I am going to do is I am going to isolate the pump area to a separate area so that that noise of the pump will not be heard here. Okay, so that is how the basic noise control measures are: insulation and isolation. And then there is the absorption. So absorption in the sense, for example, I'm creating it as a barrier. Okay, so barrier means like especially that you can see in the theaters. Okay, so there will be a basic barrier. Okay, where the sound which is emitted, so those sound will not transfer through the wall to another end. For example, there will be two or three screens, right? So basically, the first screen I am using, I am watching a movie. So from the first screen, the second screen will not be able to hear the noise. So that is how, because there is an absorber, sound absorber. So okay. So once noise has escaped from its source, it may travel directly to the receiver through air or may be reflected off hard surfaces. So absorption involves putting sound absorbing materials in the workplace to absorb the sound waves before they can reach the receiver. Example, a sound absorbent material might be used to line a wall, preventing reflection of sound waves. So next is the acoustic heavens and the hearing protection. So acoustic heavens, if the workplace is inherently very noisy and it is not possible to apply the above controls, then an acoustic heaven might be built that workers can relate to. So retreat into escape the noisy environment. Plus hearing protection, the last option for me, like hearing aids. Especially I'll be using like especially if I'm going to a generator room or else and another room. So at that spots I'll be using these hearing aids like ear muffs and earbuds, right? So that is how I am protecting myself. So it comes with the PPE. So see here in this picture, you can see hearing protection. I'm using the ear defenders or muffs. Okay. So easy to supervise and easy to supervise in the sense, for example, I'm using this ear muffs, right? So from the far itself, from the far distance itself, I can identify whether the people are wearing this PPE or not. Okay, so that's how I am using it. So wearing of the ear muffs, and then the limitations are uncomfortable when worn for the long time. Plus, it has to be routinely inspected because it may carry certain diseases. And then higher level of protection is possible through all sound frequencies. And then efficiency may be reduced by long hair, spectacles, or earrings, can be integrated with other PPE, example hard hats, and then incompatible with some other items worn, example spectacles, reusable, need dedicated storage facility. So that is how the hearing protection will be helpful for me. Next is earplugs fit into the ear canal. So advantages of the plugs and limitations: cheap and easy to use, disposable, available in the range of types and designs, often more comfortable to wear, do not interfere with any other items worn, example PPE. So limitations are difficult to see when fitted, and then risk of infection if dirty, and then need to be correctly sized to fit the individual. Effectiveness decreases with usage, and finally interfere with communication. So that is how the advantages and the limitations of the plugs are being used. So health surveillance. Health surveillance is the form of audiometry, is appropriate for workers exposed to high noise levels. Audiometry, a medical test that quantifies the sensitivity of a person's hearing across a range of frequency, low pitch to the high pitch. So the following option of occupations may be at risk for excessive noise exposure. One will be the construction workers, and then there will be the uniform services, and then there will be the entertainment sector workers, and then there will be the manufacturing sector workers, and then the call center staffs. So these are all the people or else the occupations, those who are highly potential for highly getting affected. The role of health surveillance to provide early detection of work-related ill health, assist with the identification of noise hazards and evaluation of noise control measures, possible to detect early signs of hearing loss, provide early intervention to limit the continuing effects, can assist with confirming the success of noise controls at source, support the promotion of personal hearing protection. The employer must keep and maintain a suitable health record. So these are all the role of the health surveillance that has to be done. So next is for the vibration. Effects of exposure to vibration. The health effects associated with vibration exposure falls into two main categories: hand-arm vibration syndrome and the whole body vibration effects. So hand-arm vibration syndrome affects symptoms includes vibration white fingers. So basically, you can get to know about this vibration syndrome by a simple example. Like if I'm traveling through bus or else train, or else like I'll be having somewhat like a migraine, right? Like even though if I have traveled through the train for 2 days and then the next day I'm at home, but still I'll be having like the effect as if I'm still on the train, right? So that is how this vibration syndrome affects. Okay. So nerve damage, muscle weakening, and then the joint damage. So the people, those who are doing the cutting, grinding, or else like other tasks like cutting, bending, grinding. So those people are moreover affected because of this hand arm vibration syndrome, because their nerves will be damaged, muscle will be weakened, and then also the joint will be damaged because of the continuous vibration that their body has been absorbing. Okay, so the nerves carrying sensory information from the fingers stop working properly. That is one nerve damage, and then the muscle weakening in the sense grip strength and manual dexterity reduce, and then the joint damage. என்ன பார்த்தோம்? செக்லிஸ்ட் என்னெல்லாம் இல்லைன்னு அது நம்ம அன்னைக்கே பார்த்துட்டு நான் வருவேன். அவ்வளவுதான். கண்டிப்பா அவ்வளவுதான். ஏன்னா நான் அன்னைக்கே பார்த்துட்டேன். Okay, so nerve damage, the nerves carrying sensory information from the fingers stop working properly. Muscle weakening in the sense grip strength and manual dexterity reduce, and then the joint damage in the sense abnormal bone growth can occur at the finger joints. So these are all the symptoms that indicates there is a HAV.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know, I write it, I didn't know. Actually, what about? Whatever we do, what certification, we do it audit, we do it paper, correct? Same like procedure I am, but something different only.
Yes, okay.
Correct, because I reading,
14,000 only
yeah,
for that.
so we will do paper, we will do audit. Internal audit.
Internal audit they will do.
Why you made it to a profit? I write it, I think wrong.
Okay, I'll come. நான் என்ன ரொம்ப வாண்டட் ஆயிட்டேன் ப்ரோ. ஜெனியும் கூப்பிடுறேன், கேத்ரின் கூப்பிடுறேன், நீங்க கூப்பிடுறீங்க. நான் கேட்கறது வந்து கொஞ்சம் வாசியோட
I understand what.
Another cat, now I am wanted because
I know.
Jenny is
I
calling.
didn't call, no. I just called it now because I just down. Otherwise, I'm not called. I just.
Okay.
Aisha is there. Yes. I just meet Aisha.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, this is who I'm doing his boss.
Okay.
You know, he got a job in Q40.
Aisha.
8,500. Q40. But I don't think he's good.
Why?
You are here with the car. There is no car. You have to buy the car.
You can get a car with 8,000 also.
He's waiting for a car. But his salary is 8,500.
Yeah.
But here he gets 6,500 plus car.
He goes there, his future will be good. He'll get a he can buy a new car also. 8,000 grams only. He is from Pakistan. He wants lots of Patanis are in their business only. 8,000 grams, you can get a very good car. He is now driving Nissan, but what is it?
From the company.
Yeah, Nissan only, right?
But here the drawback is nobody disturbing him. He going out, he going in, into car. Nobody pointing him. There he said to someone point.
No, but there he is going to buy a own car only.
Even though he did whatever he was. Before he walk in, no.
Mm.
That's
Okay,
all.
yes,
Okay.
I'll finish it. So effects of exposure to vibration, that is the whole body vibration effects. So health effects can result from a significant vibration dose to the body, normally through the buttocks. So especially while I am, as I told, whenever I am driving or else I am sitting in a driven car, at that moment and all, chances are there, for me, it will be somewhat like pain. Okay, so yeah, like what is it called? Like you will be able to feel or sense after like 2 or 3 hours, you need to stand up, right? So if I'm not standing up in the sense, like my back will be so much of pain. So that is how the health effects would be for me. So next is whole body vibration effects. So health effects can result for a significant vibration dose to the body, normally through the buttocks or the feet and the legs. So that is for the whole body vibration effect. Okay. So use of circular saw, basically preventing the precautionary measures. See here, the person is been using the circular saw. So the use of other methods of work and then improved ergonomics. So for him, the ergonomics is so poor. So better to use the circular saw, the bench circular saw, right? Because the ergonomics will be good. So improved ergonomics, maintenance of equipment, design and layout, rest facilities, information, instruction and training, schedules and breaks, and then the provision of PP. So this is how the prevention and precautionary measures for the use of this circular saw in order to prevent the vibration. So next year, see, this job involves vibration exposure to the hands, which must be accessed and controlled, right? Because if it is not accessed and controlled in the sense, the vibration, because of that, HAVC, that is the hand arm vibration syndrome, will be affected to the person. Okay. Okay. The next topic is about the radiation. So radiation is energy that comes from a source and travels through some material or through space. Light, heat, and sound are types of radiations. Okay. So the type of radiations and their health effects. Radiation can be categorized into many different types, but all these types belong to two main clauses, that is non-ionizing radiation, and then there is the ionizing radiation. So radiation, basically we know, like if we get out of if we get out to get the exposure of the sun, then I can face literally both ionizing and non-ionizing types of radiation, and that's why it is called like the UV radiation is very much effective for me. So non-ionizing in the sense that does not cause ionization in the material and absorbs it. Okay, ionization in the material in the sense, for example, like oxidation reaction involved in the ionization. For example, if there is a car, okay, I'm buying a brand new car which is red in color, okay, and I am using the car plus I do not have shade, okay, so my car is totally absorbing the sunlight, okay, so from the sunlight, the ionizing radiation, which means the color of the red color, which is very bright red in color, now it just starts to pale, right? So that is the non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation means radiation that causes ionization in the materials that absorbs it is called as the ionizing radiation. Okay, so this is the difference between the non-ionizing and the ionizing radiation. So types of non-ionizing radiations are ultraviolet, visible light, infrared, microwaves, and the radio waves. So these are all the common types of the non-ionizing radiation. So ultraviolet, which has high frequency electromagnetic radiation emitted by white hot materials, and then the vibration light, electromagnetic radiation between the UV and infrared rays frequencies and visible to the human eye, IR infrared rays, low frequency electromagnetic radiation emitted by red hot materials, microwaves in the sense low frequency electromagnetic materials, and then radio waves in the sense low frequency electromagnetic radiation emitted by the antenna. So these are all the non-ionizing radiation. Okay. So sources, what are all its sources? Ultraviolet, basically sunlight, and then the arc welding. So visible light, red hot steel in a rolling mill, infrared laser leveling device, microwaves, industrial microwaves, oven, in the food factory, telecommunication equipment, radio waves, radio TV, or radar antenna. So these are all the sources of the non-ionizing radiation. Okay. So now, yeah. So sources, see, ultraviolet, welding, sun rays, infrared ray in the sense hot metal, example, foundries, and then the lasers, cutting or surgery, and then the microwave, and then basic means of controlling exposure to non-ionizing radiation, UV, IR, microwaves and radio waves, lasers. So all this forms as the basic means for controlling exposure to the non-ionizing radiation. So UV, cover exposed skin, protect the eyes. Infrared rays, cover exposed skin, protect the eyes. For example, like what I need to uh, like secure myself, what I need to do in order to secure myself. This is the steps that I need to do. Okay. So I need to use the overalls, I need to use the face visors, goggles. So in order to get the direct exposure of the infrared rays, microwaves and radio waves in the sense, the same thing, enclosing the source as far as it possible, and then maintaining a safe distance, and then isolating and locking off the source. Lasers in the sense, the degree of protection will depend on the class of laser. So that's why, like, if the even for the projector lasers that we are using now, they are not advised to face it directly in front of our face. So that is how the lasers work. So little needs to be done for a low class laser other than to avoid shining it into the people's eyes. For high class lasers in the sense eye protection shielding to prevent escape of the beam. So this is all about the non-ionizing radiation. So from tomorrow we will continue with the ionizing radiation. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Enough for today.
Yes. Enough for today.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah. Bye.